Well, good morning, everyone, and welcome to Sunday morning sprints. I don't know what my hair is doing this morning. It's kind of unruly. But we are here. We have some updates. If you guys haven't noticed already, the shelves have multiplied. And we have our first fairy door. So, shelves are in, looking great. We still have to put one shelf over here. It's so hard to point. It's so hard to point. In this corner, we have we have to figure out the dimensions now for this one because it's not going to be quite as wide as these, but it too will have a fairy door because if you guys can see, there's a plug back there. So we're going to take some measurements later today, and then we'll be able to get the wood and then make the bookcase according to those dimensions, which means we will have to temporarily move our station here over there so that they can put the bookcase in. And then all we have to do is build 2 more bookcases. So 3 altogether, but it's coming along nicely. I love the color. So, and there is a poll happening on my Discord. If you're already in the Discord, please go vote. We have 5 days left on the poll. It's under project polls, but you guys can choose which fairy doors will actually go on these doors here because there's going to be 2 of those. And then the rest of them will be dispersed throughout the room. So we will use all of them. It's just which ones are favored enough to go on the doors, on the bookcases. So, and what I am going to get up to this morning is I have a load of laundry to fold. So we're going to start with that. And then I got to film some videos, but I have to get creative about it because I can't find a piece to my tripod that stabilizes and like screws into the bottom of my camera. So I'm going to use the tripod, but I have to figure out how to raise it up so that you can actually see me and the top of my head doesn't get chopped off. I have looked everywhere and I can't find this piece. It's just a flat little piece. It screws into the bottom of my camera and then attaches to the tripod. I don't know where it's at. I don't know. So we're going to get creative. I'm going to try to film my TBR video because that was supposed to go out yesterday and it didn't. So it'll probably go out either later today or tomorrow. And then I have to film my reading journal video for next Friday. That I can do easily. It's the TBR video. So, and then I already have footage for, I'm going to break this up into like 2 videos. So part 1 will go out this month and then part 2 will go out when it's finished. So, and then that way you guys can see the journey. Now I will probably combine those 2 parts later down the road so that you can see it all together because there's a lot of footage. A lot. But that's pretty much what we're getting up to. And I also hope to read at some point. I need to figure out which book I'm going to read. I do need to get caught up on A Darker Shade of Magic, so probably that one, just so I'm caught up. But yeah, I'm all over the place today, as you guys know. Let's see who all is here, and then we can go into our first sprint. Elena is here saying good morning and that she's good. She's reading A Court of Silver Flames by Sarah J. Maas. And just finished reading The Club by Ellery Lloyd. 3 weeks until her birthday. Yay. Kat is here. Good morning, Alicia and Elena. I will be writing a blog post about halfway day this morning. My current book is Ride or Die by Delilah S. Dawson, and middle grade horror book for Summerween. Ooh, I have her. I believe it's her. let me look it up real quick before I say that it is in fact her. Yes, it is her. She has a book called Kill the Farm Boy, and I heard it is quite hilarious. It's a humorous fantasy series. It's her and one other writer, and so I want to read it, but unfortunately, it's in my pile of books, and I cannot get to it yet. So, but I do have one of her books to read. Hopefully, you're enjoying this Ride or Die one. It's middle grade, so it must be cute in a way. Andy is here. Hello, Andy. Kat says hey to Andy, and Andy says hey to Kat. Mood Reader is here. Hi, Alicia. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Kat says, I love that you have a fairy door as part of your bookshelves. Barry assembled my last Target bookcase yesterday. I still need to get a shelf for it and my 5 white bookcases from Lowe's. Nice. I love the fairy door as well. And the reason we did that, and I figured it would work perfectly, is that I can open it and it has access to the outlet behind it. So, and then if I don't need access to that outlet, then I can just close the door and it looks adorable. And then, like I said, it'll have a little fairy door on it, which you guys can vote on in my Discord. And I will put a link to my Discord momentarily. I have to sign into Discord. And I can't wait for these to be done. I'm not gonna lie, these bookcases, they're quite tall. That with the base that you see here at the bottom, with the base, they're 8.5 feet tall. I have 10-foot ceilings. So if this is not enough room for all of my books, I have a problem. I have a problem. We'll see. Because I am getting rid of some books. So my guess is that I will have room to put like some of my Legos on here because I want to put like books and then have like a book end and then maybe have like a section for Lego, depending on the books and the Lego set. Because like I want to put the Cullen House Lego set with my Twilight books because that makes sense. And then I have a couple of other like Harry Potter Lego sets that could probably go with the Harry Potter books. So we'll see. And I have the little Lego books that are supposed to be like classrooms for her. And I want to put them on the shelves like they're little books. It's going to be adorable. I can't wait. I cannot wait to get in here and decorate and put everything back. Annette says, hi, Alicia. Hi, everyone in chat. Hello, Annette. Let us know what you're reading or working on this morning. Angel is here. Hello, good morning, Alicia and Kat. Hello, chat. Working on recovering from last night's festivities. Ooh. Did you have fun at least? That's all that matters. If you had fun, then yes. Take a day, relax, and just recover. I know we tried to watch some fireworks because a lot of our neighbors do fireworks, and normally they shoot up and they go above the trees. That was not happening last night. So I don't know what happened to the fireworks, but we did not get to see any via neighbors. We heard them, but we could not see them unless they were like in the trees. We did, however, watch what was it? There was a TV show, kind of like The Rockin' Eve with Ryan Seacrest. He did one. It was like the American backyard or something or other. I don't know. It was the American something, but it had to do with all of the 4th of July stuff. And there were places around that did fireworks and all that. We saw fireworks from Baltimore on the TV. We saw some from Tennessee, I think it was. I don't know. Somebody had a lot of fireworks though. So we got to see some fireworks, but on the TV, and we heard them outside. But there was a lot of concerts. Whatever show we watched, because I know my husband went back and forth between two. But whatever we were watching, it was just like concerts galore, and I was just like, I'm kind of over the concert bit. Can we get to the fireworks? But it's fine. The kids got to see it, and that was fun for them. And it was like a little foam stick, but when you cracked it, it had glow sticks on the inside that were red, white, and blue. So they had fun with that. Kat says, yes, made it to chapter 9 in Ride or Die, and I'm enjoying it. I recently finished Dawson's middle grade ghost story, Mine, which is set in Florida. Ride or Die is set in Georgia at an amusement park. Ooh, I might have to check out the ghost story one if it's set in Florida. I do like reading stuff that's like based in Florida. Being that I live there. I live here. Angel says, beautiful bookshelves. Thank you. You can see it's a work in progress. Last week we only had that one, and now we've added 2 and 3. So now we have to build 4, and then the wall will be done. And then we have one that's going to be built over here, which is only going to be 7 foot tall, so I can still put stuff on top. But depending on how big he makes that one, he might also have to put a fairy door. We'll see. And then I have one that's going to go on this wall on the other side. And then in theory, I should have enough shelves for all the books that were in here before. I've slowly started to move back in, which I'm not allowed to do yet. But there's like bags of books because I used all of my Barnes and Noble tote bags to move books out, and some of those are recently purchased ones. So I'm not allowed to move anything else in though, because I have to wait for the shelves to go up. But I love the color. I love the color palette for this room. And just having the fairy doors, and we're going to add fairy lights. I think it's going to be beautiful. Beautiful. Kat says hello to Annette and Angel, excuse me. It almost looked like Angela. Molly is here. Eek! I'm late for a very important date. No way, Molly. You're on time. Molly says hi all. Kim is here. Hello, hello. Good morning, Alicia, and good morning, chat. I'm doing some cleaning and organizing today and going to try and get all the rooms as tidy as I can over the next 2 days. You got this. You got this. Just remember to take breaks. Set a timer, if you will. Work for however long and then take a break. Kim says, as for physically reading The Inevitable Ruin, Dungeon Crawler Carl, Book 7, but as I clean, in going to be starting a reread of The Unmarked Witch by Miranda Lynn. Are you listening to that one while you clean? Is that what you're saying? Well, hopefully you're enjoying both of those. I have not read. I have the first one for DCC, but I have not read it yet. So it might be our next book club pick. I don't know. We have to wait and see, because I will say it will be on the poll for 100 Pages Book Club. But I have to wait and see. I have to wait and see if it gets picked. If it is, then I'll be reading it. Kim says, yeah, listening to that one. Nice. And Donna is here. Hey, Alicia. Happy Sunday. Happy Sunday, Donna. What are you going to be up to? I am doing all of the things. We're going to fold some laundry. We're going to try to film a video or 2 so that I can get some things edited and uploaded, because I know I did not have videos in uploaded videos in May or June because of the bookcase situation. But we're gonna move forward. So we need to get back on track with the videos. The live streams have been great, but I need to also do videos. Hello. Let us know what you would like to be called, but welcome in. I'll just call you Ham for now. Or Dahlia. I'm trying to look at the username. Let us know what you would like to be called. But welcome in. They say I like books. We read a few too, have read a few too, but I'm not consistent and can't finish books. I can only sit with a book for 1 or 2 sittings and then I lose interest. What's the cure? Finding what you like, depending on the genre that you like, or maybe try a chapter of each book that you have. I know I can read multiple books at the same time. So I may read, 100 pages of the first book and then 100 pages of the second book, or I'll see which one like pulls me in more, and then I will go from there. I will read that book and finish it, or if it's a book club pick, then I will do like 100 pages a week because that's our book club, 100 pages book club. It happens every Wednesday, and we just read 100 pages, and then the following week we read another 100 pages, and so on. So it just depends on what genre you like. You got to find that, because that will probably help you. I can read pretty much anything once except for historical fiction. My historical fiction, historical fiction, I don't get along. I have tried several different authors and several different types, and we don't get along. But I like fantasy and romance, so I stick to those. Donna says, I'm waiting for Anna to call me so I can share the books I got from the thrift store. Ooh, fun, fun. I imagine there will be a book haul of sorts, maybe. Donna says, I'm doing laundry as well. Yeah, I don't like to do laundry, but my husband's doing it. I'm just doing the folding. So Donna says, ooh, I should figure out when I should film my next video. Do you not do a schedule? I've been trying to do videos every Friday because I do live streams Sunday and Wednesday, and then Friday is kind of like the in between. So, although I might try to add a video or another live stream day, I'm not 100% sure yet. It's in the works. Lauren is here. Good morning. Happy Sunday. How are you? I'm still reading The Beach Babes. I'm 57% into the book, and I am determined to try and finish it today. You got this. I mean, you're already through the halfway point. So, a little over halfway. So, you should be able to finish it. Do you have the audiobook as well, or are you reading it with just your eyeballs? And happy Sunday. I am doing quite well. We have progress in the library. So, I'm happy. As long as there's progress, we can get the library back together. I'm still recovering from all of the festivities yesterday. We didn't do too much, but we did do a cookout. We had Mario Kart hour, and we tried to watch fireworks. They were not so good, but we got to watch them on TV. Ahmed, is that correct? Let me know if I'm wrong. Ahmed. Hamid. Well, welcome in. We're going to get to our first sprint shortly, where we can read or be productive. Lauren says the bookcases look good. Yes, I love them. And did you see we have our first fairy door? And the reason it looks like that is so that if I had something plugged in and wanted to close the door, the cords can go up under the door. But, and like I said, I'll post the link to the poll in my Discord. So if you guys are not there, you can go in. It's under Project Polls, and you can vote for two of your favorite fairy doors. And the ones that get the most votes will be placed on the door here and the one that's going to go in this bookcase. And then the rest will be sprinkled the throughout the room. Annette says, yes, the bookcases look gorgeous. Every time I see them, I like the cover, the color even more. Right? I think this is the perfect color. Perfect color. Annette says, I bought a notebook today to make my first ever book journal for Donna's 72-day readathon. Not very artistic, but I'll give it a shot. And well, and you don't have to be artistic either. You can always like go online, print out pictures to cut out and paste them in there, or just get a couple of like washi tapes because you can buy them in packs at like Michael's, or I think Target even has some, but you can buy and then just decorate the pages that way. Most of my pages in my reading journal are washi tape and stickers. Not gonna lie, because I cannot draw a straight line to save my life. I have to like. That's why I'm happy that I have dot grid ones, the dot grid notebook, because I literally use the dots to follow and line up with the ruler so that I can draw a straight line. Otherwise, it would be all sorts of wonky. But you do what works, right? Lauren says, I'm reading on my Kindle. Ooh, what you reading? And I love that, right? And the doorknob that is on there, I matched it with the knobs that are on this little drawer. Let me see. I have an extra one that I didn't use. So it's kind of like this Celtic knot type of thing. So the knobs look like that. So this is an extra from when I did the little chest here. So we have these also on the little door there. So we have little Celtic knots for knobs. I love them. They're adorable. And then each of the doors that we put, you see there are hinges. And then we also have like a little magnet so that it can like close and I don't have to worry about it like moving in and out. The other thing I'm going to do is I have the Diamond Art Club mini dazzles. They have a fairy set, and I'm going to diamond art the fairies, frame them, and see if they fit behind the door. And then that way, when I open it, it'll be like there's a little fairy there. And each fairy has a name, so I have to figure out who is who. It's cute. Annette says, I also thought dot grid would be the way to go. Yep. Because then it gives you more, you can draw out, like if you wanted to do a calendar, you can draw it out. And then if you just wanted to draw certain things, then that kind of gives you the grid but the open space to do it. It also can help with like the washi tape and stickers. And so they are the best. They are the best. I'm in my second dot grid because I did one for January through June, and now I'm doing the July through December. So absolutely amazing. I can't wait. Can't wait. Lauren says, I'm reading The Beach Babes. Oh, that's right. That's right. I already forgot. I'm sorry. Lauren says, ooh, I love those knobs. It looks great. Right? I don't know why, but I was drawn to those. So I was able to do my 3-drawer chest, which I'm probably going to repaint a little bit because you can see it. It has, I don't know if you'll be able to see it. Let's see. You can see it has kind of like a creamy lace color. And then this is a light green, like a sage green. But I'm thinking that I might use some of this green and then paint the drawer fronts and the top, and then it'll be that green, just so it ties in a little better. I mean, I like it with the sage green, but I think this green will be better. So we'll see. We'll see. I have to wait and see if I have any paint left. I know it won't take me much, but if I have any of this paint left, then I will revamp this again. I've already done it once with the sage green and whatnot because it used to be all yellow. So, but we'll see. We'll see. All right. I think that is the bottom of the comments. So let's go into our first sprint. I'll get this laundry folded and see if I can't film my video. Like I said, I have to be a little creative, but we'll see. So let's go into our first sprint, and I will see you all back in 45 minutes. All right, all right. Welcome back. How did everyone do on that first sprint? You guys may have seen that I had created a little to-do list for myself. I did fold laundry. I did film my TBR video. And that is about it. So I still have to film my reading journal video, and I still have to read some of A Darker Shade of Magic. I don't know if I will get to that, but we'll see. It depends on if I have to fold more laundry or not. So I will actually, I need to add fold laundry number 2, because that means I did one load, now I'm doing a second load. So that's what I got up to. I am really tempted to get a piece of apple pie because we had apple pie for dessert yesterday, and I really want some right now. So I might get some apple pie in the next sprint. I had to be very creative with my filming of the TBR, and I had to be very careful because what I had to do is I had to basically use my tripod. There's a flat piece at the top, and there's a piece that sits in it that holds the camera, but I don't know where that piece is. It is, for the life of me, hidden in this house somewhere. So I had to use a tarot deck card box and one of my 3D puzzles, and I had to put those on top of the tripod and then put the camera on top of that and pray that they did not fall over in any way, shape, or form. My cat tried to rub on the tripod, and so hopefully that didn't shake the video too much, but I did get it filmed. So we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens, and we'll see how it looks during editing. But now I have to, the next one that I have to film is my July section for my reading journal. This is the one that I'm going into. So I have to film July so that you guys can see that before I start filling it all in. I try to do it so that you guys can see the spreads before I fill them in, and then when it's all done and filled in, I will go and do a flip through so you can see how I used them. I have to do that with the January through July. I have to go back through and put in some of the reviews and do finish up June's, like filling it in, and then I can film that flip through and you can see how I used it. And then this you'll kind of get a sense for because it's the same kind of setup. So, but I am ready to do all of the things. I need to get them done. I'm also, I've started my to-do list for things that I have to do after I'm done with sprints because I ordered some containers and I have to go pick those up because I did they put it together at the store and then I go and pick it up. So I have to do that today before 6 when they close. And I ordered them Friday. They hold them until Wednesday, so that's really nice of them. But I want to get them sooner than later because I can use them for some of the things that I need to clean up. So we'll get that going and go from there. And then I also have to go buy myself a new pillow because I don't know why, but my bed pillow, one of them, is like lumpy, and it's quite getting up there in age. So we're just gonna buy a new one. We're gonna see if we can find a new one, maybe a cooling pillow. So that is what I am doing, and I also started looking up and pricing school supplies. My kids go back to school in August, so I figure if I can pull the list together, order them, then I have the rest of the month for it to all come in. So I have to look and see what my daughter needs for school uniforms. Then I can add those pieces in and then order them. I'm already not liking the price of school supplies, but it's a lot better than I anticipated. So that's a good thing. So that is what I got up to. Let me see where we left off. Quite a few people have joined us. I believe this was our last comment. We were talking about the knobs for the fairy door is the same Celtic knot as my little 3 drawer thing here. And I absolutely love them. Lauren says that's a sage green. From here, it looks white. It does. It's a very like pale color, and that's why I think if I change it and it becomes this green, which is laurel tree green, then it will fit better in the library overall. Um, I thought the green would be enough, but it's too pale in my opinion. So now I want to redo it. So I'll have to take this into the garage, paint the top, and then take the knobs off and paint the drawer fronts. The rest of it, like the side of it, like I said, is like an off-white color. So I was trying to have like a two-toned, but the cream color will stay because of the like cream color in the rug, but I think the green needs to be darker. So we'll paint that and make it look like the bookcases, but we'll wait until the bookcases are done so that I ensure I have enough paint for the bookcases. Because these three, 2 coats of paint each, uses up a gallon of paint. And then this one, I had to get a second gallon of paint to finish the second coat for this one. So I have to be careful about my paint. Hopefully I won't have to get a third gallon. On the bright side, I will have the color forever. This is me putting in my Discord. So if you haven't joined it, you can join. And also, if you wanted to vote for the fairy doors on which ones will go here on the doors, there's going to be 2 of them on the bookcases. So you can vote for 2. Make sure you do it both at the same time. You can pick, I labeled them A through E because there's 5 different doors, but you can pick 2 doors and vote that way. And you can pick 2 of your favorites. And then whichever 2 get the most votes will be the ones that go on the doors here on the bookcases. And then the rest of them will be dispersed throughout the room, like on the wall, or I can put one above the window and they can live up high, whichever. But they'll all get used. All of the doors will get used. We had a Dee Dee shimmy in. Hey, hey, hey. Hi, Miss Dee Dee. How are you? Popping in to say hi and tickle the like button. I hope you are all enjoying the weekend and having a fabulous week. So far, so good. We have progress. They have multiplied my bookcases. We just need one more here. We have to take measurements and make sure that we build it to standard and make sure it fits and put in another fairy door because there is, oh, you can't see it. There's an outlet back there somewhere. And so we have to create a fairy door for it. But yeah, once this one goes in, then this wall will be done. And then I have 2 more for the sides, and then my room is done, and I can put all the books back. I'm excited. Dee Dee says, I love the color of the shelves, Alicia. Thank you. I am in absolute awe of these shelves. They're turning out way better than I anticipated and very tall. So, if I don't have space for my books with these bookcases, then I have a problem. That means I have too many books. But who could have too many books, right? My goal is to, once the one over here on the wall next to the window is built, we're going to start there. I'll put my rat books and possibly my nonfiction on this shelf, on this bookcase, and then depending on if I have enough space, I will start my fiction here and then it will wrap around to these shelves. So we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. But that is my plan so far. And then everything will be alphabetized by author's last name. And I was doing it before where I would separate the books I've read from the books I have not read. I don't think I'm going to do that anymore. I think I'm just going to put them all together alphabetically so that I can keep all the series together, and then somehow I will mark if it's not read, like a little tab or a little, like, I don't know. I'm going to figure out how to mark that it's unread. I do have a Excel sheet that has all of my unread books on there. I do have to go through it because some of those books will be donated to the library or to like little free libraries and whatnot. So it depends what I do with them. But once those are off the shelves, then I can organize everything. And then all of the unread books that I still have will recount and see how the number is. And then go from there. I will probably, like I said, do like a little tab or some sort. I thought about doing numbered tabs, and then that would correlate with the Excel sheet, but I think that might be too much work. We'll see. If you have thoughts or ideas, let me know. Because I want to note somehow that the book is not read, so that when I do my unread and pick my TBR, that's how I know that they've been unread, type thing. And then when they're read, then maybe I can pull a tab off, or I don't know. I'm trying to figure that out. I'm trying to figure it out. I have ideas. I just don't know what I want to do. Christina is here. Hi, Alicia. Hi, Christina. Hello. Good morning. Good afternoon. I think it's afternoon for you as well, right? Right? Let me know. And she gives us our PSA. Remember to hydrate, feed thyself, check laundry, take meds, stretch, and show some love to the like button. Also, make sure you sub and ring the bell so you hopefully get notified. Yes, please, and thank you. We love when we have new friends here. So spread the word. Lauren says, I read 3% of my book. I am now up to 60% read. Nice. I'm hoping I'll read a little more expert. I kind of got sidetracked on my phone. I think I need to put it on the other side of the room. I have had that happen because it always happens with me where I'm reading and then I go, oh, I need to look it up, and I look it up on my phone and then I doom scroll. So I know that feeling. I usually have to put my phone down and turn it upside down, and then I can't see the notifications come through, and then I don't get distracted. Christina says, finished meditations and posted. Now going to try and read a bit before the Vampire Diaries time with Dee Dee. Where are you guys at with Vampire Diaries? Because I can tell you that my husband and I have been watching it, and I think we have surpassed you guys. So you'll have to let me know where you guys are at, and then I can tell you where we're at. Because I think we have surpassed you guys. We have taken it's a life of its own now. Lauren says, this is a judgment-free zone. You can eat as much apple pies as you want. Thank you. I love apple pie. It is one of my favorites. And I bought one for dessert yesterday. And listen, I would have eaten it for breakfast if my husband let me, but I wasn't allowed. So I have to set examples for children. I can't have pie for breakfast. But it is past breakfast. So this is my pre-lunch snack, as I say, because we have hot dogs and we have leftover pizza. I can't fit anything else in my fridge, so I've got to eat what's in there. Lauren says, just save some for us. It sounds really yummy. It's a store-bought one. I get it from Publix, but their apple pies are so delicious. Maybe I'll show you my slice when I get it. I will have to go get it and come in here. I'll post a picture on my Discord too of the apple pie. I have a food section. Kim says hi to Christina, and Christina says hi to Kim. Kim says I was able to empty a couple of boxes and none books to make a little room. I don't know what you mean. You were able to empty a couple of boxes. I got that. But then it's of none books to make a little room. Oh, maybe none of them were boxes of books? Ooh, let me know. Kat says, I didn't start writing blog yet, worked on other tasks. I'm starting now. You got this, Kat. You got this. Lauren says, how are you going to put your Legos on the top shelf? Very carefully. I'm actually thinking that this shelf up here, this very top one, I think is going to be all of my trinkets. If you guys know, I had my shelves before, I had like little plushies and little puzzles and little knickknacks. I think all the knickknacks are going to go on the top shelf. And then the other shelves are going to be for books. And then, like I said, if I can put, say, for like this shelf, if I could put books up to, say, here, put a, um, like a book divider or a book end, and then put a Lego here in this section, then I'll kind of do that. But I only want to do that for certain shelves. So, like, I have the Cullen House Lego set for Twilight. I want to put that with my Twilight books. So I have to make sure, and I'm pretty sure it will, but I have to make sure that it's going to fit on these shelves. And then if it does, then I will have the books, because I have the first edition covers, the original covers, and then I also have the movie tie-in covers. So depending on how much that takes up space will depend on if the Lego goes in there. Or I could put the Lego in there and then see how much space I have left for the books. And then any of the other books, like the graphic novels or the like Second Short Life of Bree Tanner, any of those extra Twilight series ones will probably go on the shelf below, depending on where it goes on the shelf. Because, like I said, everything's going to be alphabetized, which I'm not looking forward to. I'm probably going to have my laptop and be typing in authors' last names and then alphabetize it for me and then go from there. Or I'm going to have like a small crew that says, okay, this pile is A, this pile is B. And it's a lot because I want to do it quickly, but I want to do it right. Lauren says hi to Christina. Christina says, yep, 30 past noon. We're in the same zone. Yes, it's 12:34 for me. So it's about lunchtime. Christina says hi to Lauren. And today we are watching season 2, episode 10 through 12. Yes, I am way past you guys then, because I think we're in season 4. Let me look up the episodes. I know we finished season 3 for sure. Season 4 episodes. We are, where are we at? We've done that. We've done that. We've done that. We've done that one. I want to say we're season 4, episode 20 or 21. Or maybe it's 19 and 20. All I know is that we just found out a few things about, because I think we're in the New Orleans. Let me see. Yep, I think we finished the episode 20 in season 4. So we only have 21, 22, and 23. So we have quite surpassed you guys. But to be fair, we're watching it every night versus you guys only watching it one day a week. And we usually, during the weekdays, we usually get 2 episodes in, and then on the weekends, we watch 3, depending on timing. So 2 to 3 episodes. So season 2, episode 10. Annette says, ooh, now I really want apple pie, right? All right. Apple pie is the best. Christina says hi to Kat. Kim says non-books. Gotcha. So you unpacked books, boxes that did not have books. Fair, fair. Christina says hi to Dee Dee. And Kim is laughing, possibly at me. It's fine. I'm sure I said something funny. Dee Dee says hi to Christina. And Lauren says, I don't know why I'm so tired today. I feel like I could take a nap and I didn't even do anything, but lay by the pool yesterday and read. So, but if you're out in the sun can zap you of energy. Um, and it could be a mental exhaustion too, because you're thinking about the book that you're reading, but a combination of just laying out in the sun, that heat will zap you of energy. Because I know even with me just sitting inside and doing absolutely nothing for an hour, I felt tired. So it's the heat. This heat is like no joke this year. So it could be a combination of different things too. Because I know I have been super exhausted, but I've also been physically doing like painting and building and other things in the house. But for me, it's more of a physical tired. For you, it could just be a little of a heat exhaustion. And so, various things. Just make sure you're staying hydrated and you're moving your limbs occasionally. And maybe you do need a nap. I know I could use one or two, or just sleep for a whole day. But make sure you're getting your rest. That's the other thing, too, is for me, I wake up in the middle of the night, either between having a hot flash, having to go to the bathroom, the cat wakes me up, my husband snores weirdly and he wakes me up. So I'm not sleeping all through the night. So that could be a thing too. There's so many different factors, but I hope you get some rest and you feel well replenished. Um, Dee Dee says we'll be doing Vampire Diaries and the originals together, but I'll be sorting that tandem watch later. Oh, I think we were just going to. Well, I don't know if he's going to want to watch the originals. I told him he should because the originals. I mean, the originals was a spin-off from Vampire Diaries, and that's why they're being introduced now. And I told him there's a third show, The Legacies. I don't know if he wants to watch that. I have not seen Legacies yet. Um, I've only seen Vampire Diaries and the originals. So I don't know, but he gets to pick the next show. So once Vampire Diaries is done, he gets to pick the next one. And that's how we've been kind of binge watching our shows. He picks, then I pick. And I wanted to do the Vampire Diaries watch along, but like I said, we have been watching every day. So we've gotten ahead of you guys. Kim says, no, I was laughing at my fat fingers typing extra letters. Oh, oh, you're fine. I would have figured it out eventually. Lauren says that is true. I am just happy that I have my 5 week sabbatical that just started, and all I'm going to do is just relax by the pool and read for 5 weeks and take some naps. That sounds like a very relaxing sabbatical. I wish I could do that. I wish I could have a sabbatical. No chores, no children. I mean, I love my children, but I need some I need some mommy time. I do need to plan when I'm going to go to Universal next. That's usually how I do it. I spend a day at Universal. But we do have some vacation trips planned that are coming up. We are going to do a day at Animal Kingdom. That is the Disney park of choice for this year for a family vacation. And I am going to do a couple Universals. I would like to go to Epic Universe again, but we'll see. That one is a little harder to do, Epic Universe, because there is no shade unless you're inside. So we're going to be strategic about it. Lauren says, I just think that I'm mentally tired, and that might happen before the cookout and at my dad's tonight. Yeah, I could see that. Especially if you've been working nonstop. I know sometimes when my husband takes off from work, he does a lot of like, because he does sales, like garbage truck sales, and he's constantly going. So finally, when he like gets a week off or he takes a week off, he either gets sick or he just sleeps for most of the week. But this year he took off the week of his birthday. So I told him, well, you're gonna have to at least be coherent for one day, maybe two, because his birthday and then Animal Kingdom Day. After that, he can do, if he wants to sleep and hibernate, then so be it. If not, then his projects are on him. Hopefully, we'll have the library done by then, but we'll see. I would like to have I wanted it done by June, but because it didn't happen, um, I'm hoping to have it done before the kids go back to school, because then the house is back to normal. They're getting back into their school routines and whatnot. There's a lot happening. A lot happening. Kim says, Lauren, that sounds like a wonderful way to spend the 5 weeks. Enjoy your sabbatical. I agree. I agree. Have fun. Enjoy the relaxation and get all of the reading done. Naomi's here. I was wondering if I was pronouncing that wrong. Sorry. My brain was like, nope, that's wrong. Yep, that's right. Okay. Naomi is here. Hello, all. I am trying to put my new bike seat on, but having trouble. Taking a break to get out of the heat. Oh, well, I hope you can get it figured out. And yay for new bike seat. Didi says, I've only watched a couple of episodes from Legacies. I'm not a huge fan. Oh, from my understanding, that one is like the children of paranormal people, right? I have not seen any of it. I heard that it was like the children, but I don't know. I don't know if you guys can hear noise in the background, but if you do, it's my husband and my children. They have these two like multicolored dodgeballs, and I guess daddy hides them around the house and they have to find them. And then the first team to get to 5 points wins. So they've been taking turns hiding them. Kat says, I need to rewatch The Vampire Diaries since I never did get to finish the series. Have you read the books, Alicia? I have the books, but I have not read them. I have read a couple of the books. I read them, and then when I started watching this show, it's very different. They've changed the way that some of the characters look. Like, I think Caroline is supposed to be a brunette and Elena was supposed to be blonde. If I remember correctly, I could be wrong, but those two were swapped between book and TV show. And then there was a couple of other differences, but I couldn't really get into them. Like as the more I read them, the more I was just like, oh no, mm-mm, nope. So I prefer the show more so than the books. It's kind of the same along the lines of like when they did the Sookie Stackhouse books and the True Blood show. Things were changed, and I get it, but like True Blood, I prefer the show over the books. But I am reading the books to finish out the series. Will I keep them? Probably not. But I do have the show. So Vampire Diaries is the same way. I don't have any of the books anymore. I got rid of them. Um, and then, but I do have the DVDs for the show. Kim says the originals does have a familiar face for a handful of episodes here and there anyway. Enjoy all the rewatches. I need to watch Vampire Diaries again soon. Yes. So, fun fact, Kim, I have already told my husband that we do have to watch the originals show so that we can find you in some of the episodes. Because I told him that you were in some of the episodes. And he was like, really? And I was like, yeah, she's our famous one. I was like, out of our little group, you're the famous one. So he's like, oh, really? That's cool. So I was like, yeah, we'll have to watch it. And I'll see if I can find her in some of the episodes. So we're going to try. I don't know if it's going to be right after Vampire Diaries, but I do want to rewatch the originals because that was fun. Lauren says my timeshare backs up to Animal Kingdom. It's not a Disney property, but it is the Holiday Inn Orange Lake Vacation Club. What? So you can come down and hang out and go to Animal Kingdom or any of the Disney parks for that matter. That's cool. How often do you get to come down and visit? That would be fun. Kim says, I haven't decided if I'm going to try and do a park at the end of the month while I'm in Orlando for V&V or not. Part of me wants to, but I also will have an 8-hour drive home, so it's a toss up. Ooh, I don't know how long you're down here for, but maybe if you could build in a day, maybe you could just have a day where you go to a park and have fun before going home. Um, Let me know. And let me know if what park you would go to if you came down to visit one. I know we need to do a meetup at some point. Maybe we can do Universal or something. They're starting to decorate for Halloween Horror Nights. Now I won't do that, but I will go during the day and I see some of the props set up. Lauren says, thanks, Kim. I appreciate it. I was working 10 to 18 hours of overtime a week, so I know I'm just burnt out. Oof, that is a lot. I mean, that'll be good money, but that's a lot. Yes, enjoy your 5 weeks off. Dee Dee says, yes, it's like the next generation. Ah, hmm. I may watch it. I don't know. I want to rewatch. Like I said, I want to finish Vampire Diaries and watch the originals first, and then maybe I'll try an episode and see how I like it. I know it'll probably take a couple of episodes to watch to see if I like it, but we'll try one and see. Because that might be a thing where I just go, nope, not for me. Kim says also Elena has a baby sister, and TV show gave her a brother. The show is better than the books. Yes, that was the other thing I was thinking of, and I couldn't remember if it which. But yeah, that it's very different the books and the TV show. Which again, I get creative, and they're trying to make it as the best that they can so that they get the ratings, but I don't know. I don't know. I like the TV shows better. Christina says, Kim, which episodes? Um, Christina says, yeah, I stopped reading the books. I had started with the show before I knew they were books, and the show is better. I agree. I agree. Lauren says, how far are you from there, Alicia? From Disney, because we live on the Tampa side, we're about an hour, hour and a half, depending on traffic and the route we go. Usually I can get to Disney in about an hour, hour and 15 minutes. Kim says, LOL, I'll find the episodes for you. I know one is titled The Big Uneasy. I think it's the end of season 1. Now I just want to go ahead and watch it. I'll have to make note of the episodes when I watch them. Or let me know all the episodes and I'll pay attention. I'll pay attention. I'll look for you. Lauren, I was there in November. Ugh, what was I doing in November? I would have been going to Universal mostly. And I don't think we would have gone to, because we usually do Mickey's Not So Scary Halloween Party. And then we do the Very Merry Christmas. So I don't think we did either one in November. No, I think we did Very Merry in December. Because I know it starts in November. Christina says, cool to Kim. Kim says the convention is Friday and Saturday, the 24th and 25th. So I can either drive home Sunday or stay and park on Sunday and drive home Monday. Ooh. And that's this month? Ooh, that's going to be a busy weekend. Because I know also, I think Jen from Pacing Through the Pages, she's coming down as well, and I'm supposed to meet up with her. I don't know if they're going to the convention or not, though. Maybe they are. I don't know. We should find out. We should figure it all out. Maybe we can all, because I'm supposed to meet them at Disney Springs, I think. I gotta message them and see, because I know hubby's birthday is on Sunday, the 26th. So I won't have sprints that day because I'll be celebrating his birthday and then setting up to go to Animal Kingdom on Monday. Ooh, that's going to be a busy weekend. Kim says, I've also thought of going to the beach that Sunday if the weather is nice too. Cross fingers, it is. Tula is here. Hi, Alicia. Popping in to say hi and steal your link. Steal away. And you can post your link for yours because I know you're doing crafty sprints. Feel free to post your link as well. Lauren says, well, next time I come down, we'll have to meet up. We even sometimes go to Tampa to go to the baseball games sometimes. Oh, wow. Very nice. Very nice. I went to Universal in November. I'll have to go back and look at my calendar to see if I went. Maybe we were there at the same time and we crossed paths and didn't even know it. I'll have to see what day I went. Because I try to go to Universal once a month because I have an annual pass. And it's funny because I started out with, when I got it, my husband was like, oh yeah, you'll go a couple of times. He didn't anticipate me going once a month. And I was like, no, I'm going to make sure that I can use it. And because if you think about it, each park is like $150 average because they fluctuate depending on when you go. It's anywhere from $120 to $200. So, but you figure I have the 2 park preferred pass. So I can go to the 2 original parks and it takes what? Maybe 2 3 visits before the annual pass pays for itself. And then the rest of the time I go, it's free. And you get free parking. And I get, I think, 10% off food and merch. So I'll take it. I'm hoping that they will add Epic Universe to the annual pass list, but it doesn't sound like they're going to do that for a while. They are talking about making changes to Epic Universe where the Celestial Park portion of the park becomes like the city walk of Epic Universe. And then each portal, you have to use your annual pass or ticket to go into the portal. No one without tickets can go into the portals if they do it that way, because they've been talking about doing that. So it'll be interesting. Interesting. Lauren says, I've never done the Halloween scary party. I want to do that so bad. I've done the Christmas on Main Street. That was great. So, Mickey's Not So Scary Halloween Party is fabulous. It's limited admission. So, even though they allow you into the parks at 4 p.m., as long as you have your wristband, you can stay from 4 p.m. until midnight when it closes or ends. But they give you that time so that you can still enjoy the parks at daytime. And then when it gets dark, that's when the event starts at 7, I think it is. So that's a 3 hour window that you could go in, get food, ride some rides, and then the event starts. And they have unlimited trick or treat trails. So if you fill your bag, they'll give you a second one. But you go through, you get candy, you can ride the rides, you can watch the shows, you can do the meet and greets, and everybody's in their Halloween costumes. We have pictures from when we saw Jack and Sally, also Mickey. Who else did we meet? I think my daughter got to meet Princess or Queen Elena of Avalar. They had her out. I don't know if she's a princess or a queen at this point, but someone said princess, someone said queen. Either way, but they have all kinds of fun things. I say the Halloween one is well worth it. The Very Merry Christmas Party is more of like a cookies and drink type thing, but it's the same principle. You can go around, meet the characters in their Christmas outfits, ride the rides, see the shows, that kind of thing. But it's more like stations that have cookies, probably about this big, like sugar cookies or gingerbread cookies. And then you get some sort of drink, whether it be apple cider, eggnog, hot chocolate, milk, that kind of thing. Um, I don't know if we're going to do that one this year. I did also discover that they have over at Hollywood Studios, they have one called Jollywood. So, and that's kind of the same principle. You can go around and do that park with the Christmas theming. So, I say at least do them both at least once. See how which one you like more. They do have a Christmas parade for the Very Merry Christmas Party. And they do have the Boo to You parade. And some of the rides will have an overlay. So, like Pirates of the Caribbean will have real people dressed up as pirates. Haunted Mansion has ghosts. And I think there's one more. There's one more, and I can't remember what it is. But some of them have overlays. It's fun. I like the Halloween one, though. Because whether you're a kid or an adult, they give you a bag for your candy. And I love it. Kim says, I would probably do either Universal, Magic Kingdom, Epcot, or maybe Hollywood Studios since I've never been. What? Hollywood Studios? I've done that one once, so I can't say anything. I need to go back. But I did get to see Star Wars and Toy Story Land and all them. I would say Epic, but I don't want to rush. That would rather do yes, I would definitely say you need multiple days for Epic because some of the rides do go down or get delayed a lot. Other sections are more crowded than others. And I mean, you would probably need a whole day just for Super Nintendo World, in my opinion, because there's so many interactive aspects between the rides, the little things that you can boop and make noise, and activities and character meet and greets, the dining and all of those. There's a lot to do in Super Nintendo by itself. So the other ones, I haven't really been able to ride any of the rides in How to Train Your Dragon yet, so I couldn't tell you on those. I've walked through it several times, but I haven't been able to like fully explore it. I have gone through Dark Universe and Harry Potter, and those are fantastic. I so far out of all of them, I love all of them, but like I said, I haven't really done How to Train Your Dragon. That's the one I need to go through and experience more. But all the others, I've been able to ride some of the rides. Battle of the Ministry is fantastic. I don't particularly like the wait times for that one, but that is one of their more popular ones. Also, Monsters Unchained is great. I have not been on Curse of the Werewolf yet. I don't like the whole idea of spinning. So, but I will go on it at least once at some point. And then I've done everything practically in Super Nintendo. It's just that would take a day. That would take a day. Kim says she might be going because Villain in Vixens is at the hotel/convention sport right across from Disney Springs. I will ask because I have to see now that we're in July. I have to see when they're going to be here and what day they want to do Disney Springs because that's where they said we were going to meet up. I think spot. Oh, hotel convention spot, not sport. I knew that. I would have gotten there. I knew what you meant. Lauren says, yeah, that's how it was for the Christmas one, and I thought that was awesome. Yes. I absolutely I love going to those like after hours events. Because I think I mainly like it because the crowd isn't as huge and the wait times are not ridiculous. I'm not a fan of wait times. When I go to Universal, I usually go single rider if I can because the wait times there, some of them, I'm like, listen, I'd rather just go through single rider. It gets through it faster. Now, if I'm with friends, I can tolerate the line. And I remind myself that I haven't seen the queue in a while because of single rider. You skip most of that. So then I go with friends and then I go, okay, we'll go through the line. I can see what it looks like and then go from there. Lauren says, okay, that's absolutely amazing. I really need to do that. I want to go for the Halloween so bad. I mean, do it. Do it. It's so much fun. And they've updated, because you could probably Google it. They had two different versions. They had one version, it kind of looked like a latex like head. And so it was like part human, part latex head for Jack. And now he has like a proper, like round, not latex mask for Jack. And he looks a lot better. So I'm hoping that we get to see him this year because we're going to go this year. Daniela is here. Hey, Alicia. Hi, Daniela. What are you up to? Let us know what you're going to be reading or working on. We are going to be going to our second sprint soon. Lauren says, didn't they change the name of it? It's not called Hollywood Studios anymore. No. So actually, they did change it, but it used to be MGM Studios and now it's Hollywood Studios, if that makes sense. I remember it when it was MGM Studios. And then, let me see. I can tell you when they changed it. In 2008, Disney MGM Studios officially became Disney's Hollywood Studios in 2008. The change was officially announced by Walt Disney World to reflect the park's expansion beyond working a backlot to an immersive celebration of modern entertainment, which is where they brought in like Toy Story Land and Star Wars Galaxy's Edge, because a lot of it was just like the Hollywood Tower of Terror or the what was there before Mickey and Minnie's Runaway Railway. I forget what the ride was there, but there was a ride there before they changed it, and now it's Mickey and Minnie's Runaway Railway, which is a neat ride. I've been on that one. But yeah, that used to be MGM, and then they changed it to Hollywood Studios. So, as far as I know, they haven't changed it since then. Lauren says, I want to go to Super Nintendo World so badly. That is one of my things on my list. I did not go to that. That one is so much fun. I will tell you, if you get one of the little bands that you can put on to like boop the things, they are a little expensive. So keep that in mind when buying more than one, because they are $45 a piece. Don't get me wrong, it's well worth it because you can do all of the interactive things. And there is on the Universal app, there is a, I forget exactly what they call it, but you can go into Super Nintendo World and see like what stamps you've collected, and how many coins you have. You can keep track of the keys that you earned throughout the activities, so that once you get 3 keys, then you can go to Bowser Jr.'s challenge. We've done that. So much fun. So it's very thought out, very detailed. But just know that going into Super Nintendo, it's expensive. Very much expensive. But if you grew up with Nintendo, then, it's nostalgia for you. It was for me and my husband because we both grew up with Nintendo. I remember having the original Game Boy. My husband, I think, still has his, but his is green. So we grew up with all of that. Kim says it was called MGM and then became Hollywood Studios. Not sure if they changed again. I don't think they have. Let's see. Has Disney changed Hollywood Studios? Nope, they have not. Yeah, it's still Hollywood Studios. Ooh. Lauren says, that's what it was, Kim. I knew the name changed at one point and couldn't remember. Yep. Christina says, I went way back when it was called MGM. Yep. I did too. I was probably about 6 or 7 when we went. I don't remember a lot of it, to be honest. But then I've gone since they've changed the name. Lauren says, I agree. That's why I like it. I can get on more rides. I can enjoy myself without being crowded. Yep, exactly. And I mean, you can literally just hop from ride to ride and then find a candy trail and get some candy, go on the next rides, stop for food. That's what we did. We have all sorts of fun. We saved the shopping for at the end of the night. Lauren says, me too. The first time I ever went to Disney was 1994. I know I'm old. LOL. I think I was like in the 6th grade back then. I'm trying to think of when I went. I think the first time I went was about 93 or 94. And at that point, I was, let's see, if we went in 93, I would have been 8. So, because my sister was born in 1990, and we went, and she was probably about 4 or 5, so maybe 94. That would put me at 9, roughly. That was the first time I went. And then the second time I went, it wasn't until my high school graduation. We had come down to visit some of my mom's friends, and we all went to Disney. Kim says, I need to do research on what's new at the parks and see what I would enjoy doing the most right now. If I go to Universal, I would probably be living on the Mummy and MIB. They have made some changes to the Mummy and MIB. Not many that I can tell on the Mummy. MIB, I hear that they have added fog machines so that people can see their lasers better. And they have changed the guns out, I think. Some of them are newer, some of them are still being phased out and new ones in. But yeah, I hear that they've done little changes. And then depending on like where you aim is depending on what points you get to. So yeah, they've made changes, and of course they do their every yearly like maintenance updates and stuff like that. And they've added for the mummy when the pharaohs and the goddess comes out, they have added more goddesses. So you have to be careful when they come out because every goddess has a different outfit. So if they come out with like a blue cape type thing, that's one goddess. There's another one because I know there's Hamet, there's Beset, and there's a third one now, and I haven't seen the third one yet. And then of course the pharaohs come out and they do their thing. So they have made some changes. And the store has added more merch, not just because they do like a lot of the Universal Monsters. So they've added more things. But I don't blame you because I'd be doing the same thing. Sometimes when I go to studio side, I live like Harry Potter and MIB. I rarely visit the other stuff unless I want to. So I don't blame you. Um, you could always message me, Kim. I could tell you what's changed because I go quite a bit. Although I have not been since May. Nope, did I go in May? I'll have to look at my calendar. I either last went April or May because the whole library thing. Oops. Lauren says that's okay. I would just go just for that. That's how much I would love to go there. Yes. It's so much fun. Do it. I always take glow sticks for my kids, and we have glow stick necklaces or glow stick bracelets, and I try to do them all in the same color so that I know that we're all in the same. Last year, they wore their costumes, and then halfway through the night, they wanted to take them off. So this year, I think they're just gonna go in their regular clothes. If they want to dress up, I'll let them. But if they just want to go and have fun, we'll do it that way. Then we don't have to stop. We don't have to carry extra stuff. Lauren says, my husband and I still play Nintendo. LOL. I still have my Super Nintendo, the original one, and I still have my original Game Boys. Oh my God. I still have mine. We have one Game Boy original. That's my husband's. We each have a Game Boy Color. I think his is a light green and mine is yellow. And then I have the little square one. I forget what it's called. The Game Boy SP or I don't know. It's a little black square. Has to be charged. I still have those. And I still have all of the like Pokemon games and Super Nintendo, not Super Nintendo, the Super Mario Brothers and like Donkey Kong and Tetris. And we have all of them. Lauren says, I remember when it was MGM and they had the Great Movie Ride. That's what it was. The Great Movie Ride. Well, that's no longer there. It's now Mickey and Minnie's Runaway Railway. Movie ride where it had the Golden Girls house where they filmed it. I didn't know that. That's cool. Aw, I never got to see that. Christina says, I remember some. There was this one place that was like a Lazy Susan of sets where they would film soap operas, and I got to ride, not really a ride like a coaster, the bee from Honey. I shrunk the kids, and there was a tour where we got to see the Golden Girls house and the Who Framed the Roger sets. That's probably the great movie ride that Lauren's talking about. I didn't know they had all those. I never saw those. Um, I remember this was Universal, mind you. Universal used to have the Twister. It was like a show, but it was connected to the movie Twister. They no longer have that. They replaced it with the Jimmy Fallon show or Jimmy Fallon ride. So, but I remember back before they did Jimmy Fallon, it was the Twister. So there's a lot of things that are changing. Um, it'll be interesting to see what Universal's going to do with, I guess it's the San Francisco section, because right now they have Fast and Furious Supercharged. They have that ride. That ride is closing in 2027 because they're opening the Fast and Furious Hollywood Drift coaster. So that one's going to open. The other one's going to close. So I'm interested to see what they're going to put in its place. Because I think that was where they had disaster prior to Fast and Furious. Um, so it'll be interesting to see what they add in. They're making a lot of changes at these parks, and it's one right after the other. The other thing that they've changed is they've started taking down the Lost Continent in Islands of Adventure. So that was where they had like the Sinbad show and the Poseidon's Fury like walk through show attraction. That's all getting taken down. Someone has posted pictures that they took down the trident that was outside. So that whole section, I think, is going to be rethemed. To what? I don't know yet. They haven't said. There's speculation, but no one has confirmed. Kim says, as long as they haven't messed with my button method for the big bonus, I don't know what your method is. You'd have to tell me, and I can tell you. Kim says, yeah, I was there 2 years ago, around now, I believe. Oh. We're going to have to get like a big booktube get together. Everybody meets at Universal or Disney, whichever. We're going to have to all get together. Lauren says that's the great movie ride, Christina. Yep. Lauren says, oh, wow, they got rid of Twister. I haven't been in so long there. Twister was amazing. Yeah, they don't have Twister anymore. They just took down Rip Ride Rocket to make room for the Fast and Furious Hollywood Drift coaster, where the Universal Monsters Cafe was. That whole section is now Minions. So, as some people call it, it's the Minion Mile, because when you first enter into studios, you had the house looking Minions ride, and across from it, they now have Minions Villain Con. And then that whole stretch leading to the New York area is now Minions. So, if you like Minions, you'll be happy because there's stores and you can get popsicles. There's a Minions cafe. The food is fabulous, huge portions, but fabulous food. But yeah, it is a whole. Villains Con for Minions used to be Shrek 4D. They no longer have Shrek 4D. It's all Minions. Christina says, I don't know if they called it a ride, but it was like a little tour trolley / extended golf court like thingy. And I drove all over showing different things. Oh, that could have been like a tour. Yeah. I know in California they have like a like a train or a trolley type thing where they do tours. I don't know if Orlando had one. If they did, I don't think they do it anymore. Kim says Twister was good, was great. I miss it. It was a nice break, and I saw that broken trident. I got a little emotional. I loved the Lost Continent so much. Yes, they don't have the talking fountain anymore. They took down the Sinbad section, um, and they're starting to take down Poseidon's Fury. I think Mythos, the restaurant there, will stay for now, but it too will be rethemed or taken down and redone. They're redoing that entire section. I liked the little Lost Continent. What is he? He's like a griffin, but he has the mer tail. I like him. I'm gonna miss him. Could you imagine all of us meeting in Universal? That would be awesome. That would be a day. That would be a day for sure. I say we make plans. Everybody can save up. We'll plan for like next year or the year after, however long. We'll take a couple days and we'll just do one park at a time. That would be so much fun. Kim says that would be a fantastic time. I agree. I agree. Lauren says I loved Shrek 4D. They used to have a store, and I don't know if they still have it because they kind of they take it down and then they put it back and then they take it down and they put it back. But there it was like Williams of Hollywood or something like that, where you could go in and anything that was used prior at Universal, you could buy it. And so if you were on the ride for Shrek 4D, the very last one that they did before they shut it down, they allowed you to keep the glasses. I was not lucky enough to be able to do that because it was at nighttime. But this store I'm talking about that sold props used at Universal, I have a set that I bought from the store. So I have a set of those glasses among a few other things that I found that were like pretty cool. So every now and then they do that pop up like prop show or prop store, and I buy a couple of things. It's cool. Kim says Monster Cafe was my old go to with my bestie when we had our 2-year pass. It's now Minions. It's Minions Cafe. I hear that they're going to be using those statues that they had above the Monsters Cafe. They're going to use that in Dark Universe. But I haven't, like, I've seen pictures of them because they still exist, but I haven't, like, heard whether or not they're actually going to be used or not. Christina says, like I said, it was way back. I mean, I get it. It was way back when. Yep. It's kind of scary that now I can sit there and go, I remember when, way back, it used to be called this and now it's this. It's scary. It's scary. Christina says, I still think my favorite thing I saw at the parks I went to was the Swiss Family Robinson tree. Yes, they still have that at Magic Kingdom. My kids have walked through it and they had a grand old time. I tried to take video of it. I don't think it turned out well. But it was fun for them to walk through and see everything. Lauren says, I'm in for sure. That would be so cool. We'll have to create a chat or a Discord channel and start planning. Livia is here. Hi, Alicia. Hi, Livia. Let us know what you're going to be reading or working on. She says hi to everyone in the chat. And you're just in time, Livia, because we are going to go to our next sprint. We had a long chatty book. A long chatty bit, I mean. Thank you. And you see we have a little fairy door in. So if you are on my Discord, you guys can go to the Project poll section, there is a poll there where you can pick two. Be sure you do it all in one, because you can pick two answers before submitting your vote to which two fairy doors will go on the bookshelf. So there's one, and then this bookshelf, when it's built, will have a fairy door as well. So they will get the most voted doors, and then the others will be dispersed throughout the room. Livia is listening to Loveless by Alice Oseman, and Lauren is saying hi to Livia. I am going to go ahead and star that comment and pull up our timer. And Livia says she's going to go vote. I greatly appreciate it. And she says hi to Lauren. Right. And then we are going to go into our next sprint. And I will see everyone back in 45 minutes. Ooh, we leveled. Hold on. Now we are a level 59, or 58, excuse me. I'll have to see what colors I can get for the little spirits there. All right. 45 minutes on the clock, and I will see you back then. How did everyone do on that sprint? I didn't get much done. I folded some laundry, yes. So I can cross that off my list. I attempted to film my reading journal video, which I cannot do because the battery that was in my camera was dying. Like I was able to film some of the intro and stuff, but then as I was going through the video, it just told me that my battery died. So I went to go put that one on the charger, and I had a second battery, and I started filming to finish filming the video, and it too died. So at this point, I'm probably just going to have to see what I have, see if it's useful. If not, delete the footage and then start over after the batteries have been charged. But that's quite because I was hoping to get both TBR and reading journal flip through filmed so that I could edit them later, put one of them up possibly today or tomorrow, and then put the next one up for next Friday. And I'm still fighting with the filming process. So, and then, so folded laundry, fought with the video filming, and I continued making my to-do list because the next sprint is going to be our last one, but it's only going to be a 30-minute sprint. So it's going to go a lot quicker. I do have some errands to run, like I said, and one of them is a little ways away. It's about a 40-minute drive from where I live. So, and I have to be sure that I can get there and get back before they close at 6. And it's already 2:14. So that's why we're doing a 30-minute sprint as our last one. But let's see what you guys got up to. I think we had a couple of people come in. This was our last comment. Lydia was saying hi to Lauren. And then we had Megan pop in. Hi, Megan. What are you reading or up to today? Let us know. And Jean is here. Hey, Alicia. Almost finished the arc Revenge Puck. Nice. Hopefully you're enjoying it. Let us know. And the bookcases behind you look so good. And did you see, Jean? We have our first fairy door. So if you guys have voted on the poll, there will be like a little fairy door sticker that goes on the front of that. So you guys will be able to vote on which two go, because this one will have a fairy door, and then the bookcase that goes here in the corner will have a fairy door. So you guys can vote and help me pick which ones will go on the doors, and then whatever is not on the doors will go around the room. So we can have all sorts of fairy doors and fairy lights and things. But hello, Jean. And they are very tall. Very tall. So, like I was saying earlier in the live, if I run out of space with these bookshelves, then I have a problem. Because I can only keep what fits on the shelves, right? We still have 3 bookcases to make because we're going to have one back here. We're going to have one on this wall, and then we'll have one on the other wall that's over there, just like before. But we have to build them. We have to build them. This was me saying hello to Megan and Jean. Welcome in. And this is me saying I showed you briefly that I was eating my apple pie, but I went off camera to finish it. Christina says, Alicia, I sent you a DM on Discord. I got that and replied. Lauren says, can I just vent how much my Amazon driver just took me off deliver for his next door to the condo next to me, where it says in big numbers 53 through 55, do you not match the packages up? Like, I'm so sick of it. Oh, so they're delivering to the wrong section, those wrong doors. That's no good. See, I always tell them I have delivery instructions for my Amazon, and I tell them that they need to leave it in that specific spot. And if they, every time that they don't, because they always say, how was your delivery? I always tell them it wasn't so good because it wasn't placed in the spot where they were supposed to. And magically, it shows up in the spot where it was supposed to be next time. I understand that we have multiple drivers. It's whoever is on that route for the day, but you can see the delivery instructions. Why would you place it in front? Because I have like a storm door for my front porch, so it's kind of closed in. But sometimes they will leave it like right in front of the door, and then when I go to open the door, it hits the package, and I have to shove it in order to open the door to pick up the package. You couldn't take 2 seconds to open it, to put it on the porch? That's all I ask. But I get it. Like, it's frustrating when they don't deliver to where they're supposed to be. It's so frustrating, and there's nothing blocking either her number or my number on the house, so it's pretty obvious. Yeah, then they should be able to find it. They should be able to find where it goes. Glenda is here. Hey there, Alicia and everyone. Happy Sunday. Christina put in the link. This is the welcome, blessed be. Welcome to the book club or booktube coven. This is a Discord for a new book club that is being started. I believe she said that the sprints are starting tomorrow with When the Moon Hatched. Let me see. Yes, When the Moon Hatched. It'll be split up over weeks of reading, but go. They have a Discord. Join it. See what they're all about. I have joined. There's a couple of people that are doing the hosting, so go check them out. And Christina says, about to start the Vampire Diaries watch along, so going into lurk mode. Have fun. Enjoy the episodes. Glenda says hello to Lauren. Lauren says, I got 4% of my book read. I am now at 64%, and I'm trying my best to get it done today. Might not happen, but I'm going to try my best. Well, that's all you can do is try your best. And I'm sure you still have, I don't know what time zone you're in, but you still have a couple of hours of the day. I mean, for me in Eastern, it's only 2:20, so I could probably get close to finishing if I was at 64% of a book. It depends on how often I get interrupted. Lauren says, hi, Glenda. How was your 4th of July? Kim says, emptied a few book boxes that will not be in my Reclaiming Library videos. So I have a little more floor space recovered. Now just going to wait for lunch to arrive. Ooh, what are we having for lunch? And yay for emptying boxes. Molly says, I woke up. Were you taking a nap? Hopefully you enjoyed your nap, or if you're just waking up for the day, you slept in. Kat says, I wrote a paragraph and took a couple of pictures for my blog post. I also ate lunch. My husband went to Lowe's to get the shelves for my bookcases and picked up Raising Cane's for us. Ooh, I don't think I've ever had Raising Cane's. I've heard of it, but I have not eaten it. I don't know if we have them down here. I'll have to look. Kim says, I really would love to get all my books unboxed over these 2 days. You got this. You could do it. I have faith in you, Kim. Molly says, are you sure that will be enough bookcases? I have no idea. I'm hoping so. I mean, in theory, it's the same amount of bookcases that I had before. It's just the ones that are on the back wall are 2 shelves taller. So in theory, maybe. We'll see. My goal is to, like I said, weed out the ones that I'm going to be donating, so they will not go on the shelves, and then the remainder of the books, in I would like to have them be all vertical on the shelves, none of them horizontal. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. Lauren says, well, we're duplex condos, so it's literally side by side. So mine says 55 and hers says 53. It's not hard. Oh, so he should know better. And if they've had to deliver there multiple times, um, they should know. But in case they don't, or you can try to make it as easy as possible, go into Amazon and put in your delivery instructions, whatever you want them to know. And then anytime they don't follow those instructions, make sure that you say they didn't follow the instructions, like they didn't put it in the spot that you designated. Because then that kind of helps them and it kind of trains them at the same time. I do it all the time. I started with Amazon used to leave my packages out by the roadway by my fence. They would pull into the driveway, they would leave the package on the ground next to my fence, and then they would drive off. Then we put a sign on the fence that says all packages with all of the logos, Amazon, Post Office, UPS, FedEx, they had to bring them to the front porch. And then there's even a bench on the front porch with a little plaque that says all packages place here. And so in the directions, I say please place on bench on front porch. So they have to, like, some of them still just open the door and put it on the front porch. They don't put it on the bench, which is fine. They've made it to the front porch. I can deal with that. But when you come up to the front door and you leave it outside the door where it could possibly get rained on, that's a no-go at this station. And I have returned packages. One time I returned a paper shredder to Amazon because the guy who delivered it decided to leave it on wet grass while it was raining by my fence. I do not trust it after that because it was in the rain, in the grass. And at the time, I had just had my daughter, so I couldn't do any heavy lifting. And I had to drag it from the spot to the house. So that got sent back, and they shipped me a new one, which they promptly delivered on the front porch. So you have to, like, train them in a way. They'll get it. But it's very frustrating until they get it figured out. I have gone through it several times. I've even had them deliver a box. They come late at night, still within the window, and they place it on my fence. Because I have a chain link fence out by the road, and then I have a wooden fence closer to the house. They stuck it on the fence. Thought that was fine. I'm like, no. no. We have the lighting so that you can put it on the front porch. But they will learn. Molly says, I don't even go looking for my deliveries. If they aren't at my door, I call and report them missing. They resend, and sometimes wherever they deliver to brings it to me, and I get twice as much. Yep. I had one package. For whatever reason, the guy decided that he didn't want to deliver it at the front door. He left it in the ditch outside of my yard. I called and complained on that one because I couldn't tell. I thought it was a piece of trash at first, and I went to go pick it up to only realize that it was the package that supposedly was delivered. And it was sitting on the edge of my property in between me and the next property. And it was just sitting in the ditch. It was like they just, oops, I passed the house. Let me throw it in the ditch. I was not appeased. I called for that one, and they were like, well, make sure that you have your delivery instructions. I was like, yeah, I got all that. And she was like, okay. And we looked at it. She told me, what to do, to make sure it was clear and concise or whatever. And she made a note of it and, told them that they can't do that. But I was just like, it's very frustrating, very frustrating. Lauren says, I'm in Eastern and I'm in Rhode Island, but I'm going to my dad's in 2 hours for a cookout. Well, I hope you have fun at a cookout, have all of the yummy foods, and have a good, relaxing time. Glenda says, hey there, Kat, Molly, and Kim. Kim says, lunch is an Italian pub sub and hopefully an Arizona tea if they have an Arnold Palmer. If not, Pepsi. Ooh. Still, that sounds delicious. Lauren says, Amazon's at my house almost every day, and usually they put it at my door, but on occasion they do put it over there. Like, I don't get it. Yep. That's either someone doesn't know or they haven't had enough experience, I guess, delivering. Who knows? Who knows? But hopefully you'll get the package. All right. I think that was the last comment I see. I'll wait and see if there's any others that have not come through yet. But I will put on our final sprint banner because this will be our final sprint. And it's only going to be 30 minutes. I am going to try to finish my to-do list, and obviously I have to get dressed. Well, I'm half dressed, but I have to finish getting dressed, and then we'll go from there. So, final sprint, make it count, and I will see everyone back in 30 minutes. Happy sprinting. All right. How did we do on that final sprint? I went and got dressed. I finished making my little note card because I use index cards to make my list for when I go to the store or do errands. So I did that. And I got something to eat. And fed the kiddos, folded some laundry. We're doing all of the things today. My camera battery is still charging, so I haven't been able to film the reading journal video. So hopefully I'll be able to do that by the end of the day. Maybe once I come back from my errands, the battery will be charged. So let's see what you guys got up to, and then we will skedaddle because we are done for the day. I did not get my reading journal video filmed, and I did not get to read any more of A Darker Shade of Magic, but the day is not over yet, so we will clear out that to-do list and close down our timer. Let's see, where did we leave off? Our last comment was Lauren talking about Amazon and how they're not delivering it to the door. Mostly they do, but on occasion they don't. Kat says hey to Glenda, and she is still working on her blog post. Nice, being productive. Lauren says, I got 3% of my book done. I'm now at 67% in page 205. So I'm working on it. It might get finished tomorrow, and that's okay. We try to get as close as we can to the end, and if it's not going to happen, then we just finish it in the morning. You'll be okay. Kat says, thanks for sprints, Alicia. Have a good rest of your day, and bye to everyone. Bye, Kat. Thanks for coming and hanging out. I'll see you hopefully on Wednesday sprints. Molly says, I finished an arc, Forget Nico. Hopefully it was a good read. And Olivia says, I have 3 hours left to finish Loveless, and I switched to coloring. Ooh. Maybe that'll be a nice change of pace. Do some coloring while listening to it. I'm trying to think. I think Loveless was the one I DNF'd. Mostly I can read Alice Oseman. I did enjoy her Heartstopper series, which I know the newest one is coming out soon. Let me see. Because I think this is the final one, right? There's not going to be any after this one. Heartstopper Volume 6. Yeah. Ooh, this one comes out this week. Oh, I might be going to the bookstore. Because Heartstopper Volume 6 comes out on July 7th. So I might have to go and pick that up. That would be Tuesday, I think. I might have to make me a list to go to the bookstore. That and the children have the summer reading program sheets. So my son needs to finish his, I think, and then my daughter's filling out hers. So she has to get her first set of stamps. So we might be going next week. Thanks for sprints, Alicia. You're so welcome, Livia. It's already out in the US. Nope. For us, it's not out. My Barnes & Noble says it comes out on the 7th. I have to wait until the 7th. Yeah, I think that's when it's all ready. Maybe. It might be out in the UK, but for us, it's the 7th. At least that's what Barnes & Noble says. Unless they decided to be sneaky and put it out a few days early. We do have double stamp weekend, I think. When does that end? Ends today. In stores and online. It doesn't say, but I know the Heartstopper is Tuesday. I'll probably go. Andy says, have a good day to Kat. I've been lurking and working in the background. Nothing wrong with that. Glad you could join us and get some work done. Thanks for the sprints. You're so welcome. And Lauren says, thank you for sprints, Alicia. I'll be sprinting with you as much as I can the next 5 weeks. Well, welcome in. I enjoy the company. Come and join us. I'll be here the next 5 Sundays. And also on Wednesdays, we have the 100 Pages Book Club. So even if you're not reading the same book as us, because next week we are finishing A Darker Shade of Magic, and then we are going to be doing the discussion the week after, and then starting Crooked Kingdom. But you are welcome to read anything you like or use them as productivity sprints. But come join us. Hang out. And Kat says bye to Andy. I'm going to go ahead and turn our banner off so that it doesn't pop up on me next time. But thank you all for coming and hanging out with me today for a Sunday sprints. I hope you were able to get reading or productivity done. I enjoy the company. I'm glad that I could show you the progress of Shelves and the Fairy Door. So excited. If you haven't gone and voted in the Discord, you can find my Discord in, I'll post the link one more time. And you guys can go and vote. My Discord. If you go under project polls, you can vote for which 2 fairy doors you would like to see on the bookshelves here. That's one, and then there's going to be one on this bookcase. And then whichever ones win, those are the ones that go on the doors. And then the others will just be dispersed throughout the room. I'm going to use them all. Just a matter of which ones do I put here. So, Lauren says, I will join in. We'd love to have you. There's my Discord link if you haven't joined Discord or need to vote on the fairy door. And with that being said, that's all I have for you today. I will see you guys in other sprints around the interwebs. I will go and get my errands done, and then you'll see me in the chats. Hopefully, I'll get some reading done. Until next week, guys, be on the lookout for my TBR video. That should go up today or tomorrow. And then videos, I am going to try and post one every Friday. So be on the lookout for those, and I will see you around the interwebs. Have a good rest of your day, week, night, and weekend. Bye.